Hammy, how are you doing? How have you been? Doing all right? There we go. Some of that. Cool. Do that. Some Cordarius. Yes, yes. 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 I have the reference photo on our Discord, by the way. Reference photo is in the Discord. See? Okay. I gotta sharpen the pencil. How's y'all's weekend? Y'all have a good time? Hopefully you got to relax some. There we go. Sharpen, and we are good. So I was trying to get the stream going. There were updates, and it was one of those days where nothing was working, and I had to restart the computer and then reset everything up. And sometimes that happens, but I was working on it. Otherwise, we would have been on time. Been in a funk. Hope you have been doing well. Yeah, can't complain. Sorry you're in a funk. There we go. Good. This is a B. Not much relaxing. That sucks. Well, maybe you can get some time for yourself tonight, you know? Something good. There we go. All right, so what's casting that shadow? I think it's this, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a little bit here. Let me bring this back. That should be okay. Yeah, so I have this reference photo in our Discord. Y'all are welcome to take it, do whatever you want with it. Yeah. Top. Okay, so mark tops. This side is pretty much right there. And this thing over here. Plenty of space. Okay, that's my limit. Oh, you couldn't find it? What would y'all think if I just posted without doing like any intro or anything, just said this is like how to do a wing and just clipped parts of that stream? Would that be something that you think would be a good thing to do? Because I don't mind doing that. I got a comment today on the A La Prima video of John Ridgely Carter, the John Singer Sargent master copy that I did, and the person said it was very good tips, but he could have gone with less pageantry. And I understand some people enjoy the pageantry and the skits and all that stuff, and some people don't, and they don't, you know, and that's fine. You can't please everybody, but I was just wondering if it would be something, it would be nice, yeah. Because I do want to help people, but I also want to keep some character in my work and not become lazy, which I can very much tend to do. And that's kind of why I put the skits in, and to loosen people up. But I guess I could do both, kind of, right? I don't need to necessarily do everything. So maybe at the end of the day, I could go through and kind of clip parts for you and stuff. And kind of show how I do that. That way you can rewatch it. It's because I do have that one up, but I think one of the difficult. It's hard to find. It is a little bit hard to find. So It's a little bit difficult to find. Hey, Queldar, do you want to do that stream tomorrow? We're talking about. Let's see this thing. This thing's always in the way. All right, now it's not in the way. Something there. Cool. All right, we can do it tomorrow. I'm up for it. Oh, good. You know, this is good to follow along. To be honest with you, seeing this type of stuff even when I was going through school, I think would have been very helpful to me. Because I always tried to watch the teachers draw because, and even just hearing it, you know, like hearing these marks, you can kind of hear how they're drawing, which is, you know, you hear a lot of, let's see if you can hear it. This is, you would always hear that mark whenever they would draw. It was very clear and concise. This be higher. Anyway. ASMR sounds for the handful. Well, so my idea with this, you miss painting. Well, why don't you paint, Queldarius? You know, you could always paint this while I draw, but I'll tell you what I'm going to be doing. I can tell you what I'm going to be doing with this probably, and I'm not sure if it's going to be with this one or not. It might be with a different reference or something, but what I want to do is just build a project up properly, okay? I want to build a project up. So I'm going to do a pencil drawing, and then I'm going to go to charcoal, then I'm going to do a transfer onto canvas or board, and then I'm going to, of course, paint that. So I want to, instead of just jumping into paint, I want to kind of have a strong idea and study and you know. My goal right now as an artist is to get better at my technique. I feel like I've lost a lot in the last couple of years, and I'm kind of average, where I used to be above average, and I want to try to get that back. And so I'm going to try to discipline myself with doing some more drawings and focusing on my technique and not worrying if I mess up at first, because like right now I feel, you know, when you like draw sometimes and your hand kind of skips instead of like smoothly glides. That's kind of what's happening, and I kind of feel like I need to stretch my hand down, and that's because I didn't do anything last week. But I also haven't been drawing as much as I should. And even when I'm painting, painting does help my drawing, but drawing definitely helps the painting. Why is that not erasing? That's weird, huh? Huh, that doesn't matter too much, but it's strange. But I want to get, I want to really improve myself a lot in my work. There's a lot of things that I know that I need to improve upon, and I need to regain, because I've lost a lot, and I do want to get it back and get that mentality back. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I think this will be a good project, but I like this profile a whole lot, and I also I cooled it down just a little bit because I noticed that my camera tends to be a little bit warm, and this has some more blues and purples and such that I think is going to make a nice painting. The last painting I did, I really dislike a whole lot. I don't think I did a good job with that painting. I've been steadily working, but I've been developing bad habits, and I haven't had somebody on my ass about everything. I used to be able to, for example, to get this down much quicker, to see the proportions better, to have a more painterly look even when I drew. I could throw the figures down like I knew it, I knew what to do. And now it takes me like twice as long to get that. I used to be able to almost make the figure up, whereas I can't do that anymore. And that translates over into my, my painting, because when left by myself, I tend to be too stiff. And like the teachers at the school would always come up to me and be like, hey, try it this way. And it would just boost me forward a lot. And I was always hearing that. Also just working with people around me who were really good. Just, you know, in the 4th year I was there, everybody was just so good. And so like even my friends, I would just look to them as much as the teachers. And they would help me out almost just as much, in some cases more. And I haven't had that environment, and I haven't been pushed. And you guys, believe it or not, actually do push me and snap me out of my stupor, as they say. Kind of get snapped out. But also I've been, you know, just a little bit, I guess, distracted just by everything outside of my work. Well, yeah, you haven't seen me try charcoal. I did charcoal, but yeah, the last one I did was like pretty much a year ago. Oh my gosh, it's been a long time. So that's what I want to do. I actually have, let's see if you can see it up there. Okay, I'll just point. Yeah, you can see it beside the baby. This thing, this is actually several rolls, probably about 10 rolls of Roma paper. And in there, the Fabiano, right, Fabiano. There's a toned piece, right, gray. And I'm gonna do, be able to see and hear anything in here. Is it just good? You can, that went down. Ooh. But yeah, I'm gonna do like a toned piece and use white chalk and everything. So it's gonna be a study, and then I'm going to do an old-fashioned transfer. I'm gonna do just like Bouguereau does, right? From the ground up. I need to get myself back in. I need to get myself back into the game, because I am not content with my work at all. My work does not look good right now. It just doesn't. It just doesn't, you know, and that stuff happens. It's just life, it's how it is. Yeah, Hammy, I was saying essentially that I'm just going to be doing, well, I'm not going to be doing a lot of things. So that's the first thing that I want to do is, and I'll probably keep it maybe just to a head study, pencil drawing, charcoal drawing on toned paper with white chalk. Transfer that onto the board. I might actually draw it up some a little bit, but then paint over it. And I don't know how, but I want to think about more of the process of how I'm going to do it instead of just kind of alla prima straight up, right? I might glaze it on a little bit. I don't know. You know, we'll see. I need to get better at what I'm doing. I need to push myself. I need to become. I don't feel satisfied with my work. The last couple of years. What's up, Clara? The last couple of years I've been focused on YouTube. And recently, so this is really interesting. I'm glad Claire's here because now we can have like a really interesting discussion about this. Because she's always very controversial. In a good way, which is good. That's a good thing. And so I've been really focused on YouTube. Not saying, oh, I want to be a YouTuber, all this stuff. Not that. But I was like, YouTube's a great way to build a community. Like, I can get better. I can help people and build a business off it, too, over time. That's something that takes time, and you have to really work at it. That has always been my mentality. But the learning curve of it has been very difficult for me, which is to be expected. In fact, I have not been surprised at anything that has occurred with YouTube. I've learned a lot. It's not that I can predict everything happening, but I know that this stuff is like really hard work. So I'm not like, oh my gosh, it's harder than I thought. I knew it was. Because things are always that way. But anyhow, it hasn't been a surprise for me, right? And so Quellar sent me a really cool video last week, and I watched it. It was an hour and 45 minutes. Totally worth it. And in fact, Laura should watch it. Laura Sen should watch it. A James Gurney piece. Yes, the one that she posted today, that was really good. The start, those are hard to do. That was a very good piece. Anyway, so this video was essentially saying that a lot of these courses that people take are BS, which is true. Like on YouTube, they're all saying, oh, you can make so much money, you can do this, you can become an influencer, which I absolutely hate that word so much. I really hate that word. I'm not sure why yet. I mixed watercolor with gouache after watching one of his videos. Really cool. Oh, good. Has she watched it yet, Quadar? Do you know? I mean, that's a long-ass video, but she needs to watch it. And here's, I'll say this, the course that I took was a little bit different than that. They weren't promising anything. They were essentially saying this algorithm always shifts. Not everybody does make it, but if you want to make it, like, this is essentially like very helpful stuff, and it's very encouraging. And it was like a crash course in YouTube, and I don't regret taking that. That was good. And that's Sean Kinnell. And his stuff is very good, but yeah, you're right. The impression that like a lot of these other courses, it's like you can do this in these 3 easy steps or 4 easy steps, and it's bullshit. A lot of it's just a bunch of bullshit. Not sure whether she has. We'll stay on her because she needs to watch it. Yeah, it's Instagram. The one that her drawing. Her watercolor, rather. So I've been focused on that, and that's been a good thing. It's been a learning experience for me, and of course I've met you guys, which has been honestly the best thing that has come from all this. And right? But this stuff, it helps in my work, but I haven't been as focused because of it, and I could have done this at the same time, but I haven't been as focused on my own technique. And my own technique has, in fact, suffered because of this. And so I'm going to now shift gears a little bit. This will actually make YouTube content better. It will make this content better. Okay? And I'm going to do essentially better work and get better myself. And I want to get my work to be high end, because it's not high end. It's like, it's very much average to below average in this field. And I need to change that. And you can change it. There's like, it's in my brain. I know how to do this stuff. But I'm out of practice, and I do need to get this back. And so that's my goal, is to do better work. And to give you an idea how YouTube has helped, well, like I said, you guys have been giving me these ideas. Oh, we'll talk about this, and I ask you questions, and I always listen to 100% of everything you say, especially Queldar, right? Go us, yeah. Let me. It's the Fearless Fabrications Ugly Watercolors. That was not ugly though, but I know what you mean, because when you look at your work, that I think the same thing with mine. Are you getting much monetization from Twitch? I don't know. I haven't checked, honestly. I don't think I will, but it doesn't. It really, to me, it does not matter at all. Honestly, I've kind of, I'll say, gotten past that. I'm not like, why does it keep doing that? Okay. So, but every time we have conversations and, we talk about art, and then you guys say what is helpful, right? Like the feather thing, right? That's something helpful to you. And then I have to demonstrate that, right? I have to demonstrate this stuff. It's very important. I have to demonstrate it. I have to articulate. I have to, I have to be able to articulate things again. That is so helpful to me, and my art improves because of it. And it kind of shines light on things that I need to improve upon myself. And then y'all give me like names of artists, right? And then I go and like, I've expanded out because I've been by myself for so long in the studio, and it's to an unhealthy degree. It's been kind of, the last 10, 15 years has kind of been a haze. It hasn't been good as an artist, and I don't recommend it. I wouldn't take it back because I've learned a lot. Why? It should be obvious. You don't do that to yourself, but nonetheless, it's helped me tremendously. And yeah, so now I'm at the point where I understand YouTube enough. I know where it fits into my work now. I know what I want to do with it. And now I want to focus on doing this quality content and screw the algorithm, because I hate the algorithm. I hate the algorithm. Because the algorithm is like an echo of the trend of the day, and you cannot be creative with that. Because every time I think to myself, I want to do a video like this, and then I say, well, but this is the format you have to do it in, this is the stuff people are interested in, and this is this. And then at the end of the day, it's this mechanical BS that's just an echo, if that, of what you wanted to do, and it's just BS. And it makes me so mad. And I have never let that type of stuff dictate my work in any other situation, so why am I doing it now? And so I said to myself, I'm just going to do the stuff that I want to do and what's going to be helpful to you guys, because I want to help people like you. And so now I've gotten I've kind of gotten myself, snapped myself out of it. I am being stupid with this mouth. Give me a second. Being really stupid. Give 1 second here. Okay, let me focus. This is going out like that. Squint, and then the angle is going like that, and then it cuts in. Let's see, from this point down to there, there, and then it cuts in about like that. This part actually juts out maybe just a hair width, just a hair. Go in with eraser, right there, and then if I squint, it kind of comes across like that. Let me cut this part in. There, and then let's just do this. There we go, and then this part is about right there, which from here to here, that is, chin comes in just a slight bit, but not too much. It kind of curves down like that. Now that's looking better to me. Boom, shakalaka. Boom! All right. Oh, let's see. What is that? She sees everything. Lewis is loaded, y'all. Money means nothing to him. I mean, it does. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't. And I know, like, you're saying it facetiously. And it'd be great to make a lot of money off this so I could just, it frees yourself up to do this stuff. But the root of it is a good thing. Like, you can do the same thing as somebody who wants money. Like money is good, but like if that's the only reason why I did it, and if that's the primary influencer of it, then the content will suffer and people will see you're disingenuous. And for me, I don't sleep well like that if that's who I am. Like, that's me. Now, being human, it's always a struggle to maintain that mentality, and I work hard to maintain that because, again, like, my primary thing, I'm a painter. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a streamer or any of this stuff, even though I'm streaming a lot as compared to how I was before. You know what I'm saying. Never forget we are but peasants. You are peasants, all of you. Subs don't even matter. Your subs do matter to me, actually. I am so grateful for it. I really am. They matter a lot. Like last week, it was the week before when we monetized and everybody started subbing. I was thinking about that, like, even all last week. I was like, you know, in the scheme of like streamers, it's like a penny in the bucket or whatever, but not to, like, to me it was more than that. I think, like, years down the road, and that's a big if this stream ever takes off, or if my channel ever takes off, and it's very lucrative and this and that, I think that I'll, like, looking back at this will mean more than that, even though that's not a small thing, if it makes sense. It meant a lot. It actually meant a whole lot. I forget we are but peasants, they matter. Honestly wish I could hide my followers count on Instagram. So it wouldn't matter to me. It's not a big deal, but whenever I lose a few, I still feel it. Yeah, I know. It's human nature. Everybody feels. I feel it too. I just don't want to know. That was one of the points, is stop looking at your analytics. I've been static on followers this past few months for a while. It sucks, but it just happens. I think if you aren't willing to invest your time commenting or working on trending pieces, you got to keep in mind too, Instagram wants you using their app. It's not always the quality of the content. Queller sent this one person who, I mean, she didn't hashtag her stuff that great, but she has 80 followers and her work's amazing. And she's been on for like 3 years. There's a way to turn lights off in the post. You can't. Okay. But anyway, so kind of have my thoughts on that. Shin actually needs to come out a little bit more. There we go. So I think one of the things for, and this is going to be educational for you all, because you might be thinking, well, Lewis has been trained, so he has this stuff. And now I'm like in a position where I suck and I need to get better. So essentially I need to learn to do this again, right? So I'll probably be very educational about this to you. It'll probably be helpful to you. One of my strategies, like I said, is I'm going to be very thorough in my development process. All these drawings are going to be studies for the ultimate piece. And this is going to, once I get my technique back, which I am going to get it back, and it's going to be exceptional. Once I get that back, I'm going to do an amazing painting that's going to be multi-figures, and I'm not going to take forever on it. It's going to be good, it's going to be planned out. I'm going to have transfers and everything, and I'm coming up with themes that might be something biblical. It's going to be something of substance, all right? And we're going to do a work, and the idea is to make it a masterpiece work. Okay? That is the goal, but first I need to get my skills back and get my proportions and work on my technique and take away all the cobwebs, right? What app is it, Quildar? What app? Do you remember what app it is? You know what app it is. What app is it, man? I'm going to think about everything that I do going forward. I'm not going to try to rush content out. I'm not going to be lazy with it. I'll probably maybe even increase the rate of content because I do this, to be honest with you, because I have a direction now. Before, I did not have a healthy direction. I'm plumb lining, going straight over from this point to here, and this needs to come up some, okay? And then the ear, for me, is about right there, and so then I'm checking this distance too, which is correct. So this angle's here, so it's going to be something, this is where the ear is going to be, all right? So we take our time with it. That's a huge shift. Super obsessed. Yeah, which one was that? I was painting like a mad woman. It's called Vero, Lewis. Vero. Really? Is it an Italian app? You should have been Jake's stream last night. Who's Jake? He's doing a pet memorial piece for a friend. He traced the outline with the transfer paper because he wanted it to look good for his hand tracing discussion did come up. What did he say? Which, by the way, I don't care as much as I really led on to believe with that. If people want to trace, that's fine. It's different. Like, the problem is everybody's talking about different type of art. And some art, it's acceptable. For this, it can be beneficial if you're tracing to see mistakes. But as like a developmental process, like that you habitually do, I think that's unhealthy. So it's situational, right? But boy, people hated me for that one. But look at me and tell me if I care. Okay? Okay? Interesting. Jake Wilson. Always an interesting conversation to me. It's interesting how different people's perspectives are. I don't know if it's interesting to me, to be honest with you. I kind of don't care. Don't you have to care to find something interesting? Maybe you don't. I don't know. Whatever. Honestly, I could care less. If people want to, the way that I look at it is that if people want to do a certain thing, they're gonna reap the benefits of it, right? Whether good or bad. So people like in art like to, like if they want to help somebody, it's good that they know what they're talking about and try to give them solid methods of advice like that. But like if you're just trying to make an excuse for yourself, the person you're hurting is yourself in the end, because your work will suck. So it kind of, I mean, I don't make that up. It's just how it is. It's just using a regular basis so you can improve, but it is a good way to start. It's not art if you trace others base their livelihoods on it. Well, I mean, livelihood and art are two separate things, right? Like, you don't need to do art to have a livelihood in something that looks like it. But the problem is that, like, people don't know how to define art, you know? And that it's such a wide, there's so many, like, different ways of defining it. So it's like, it's an ever-moving landscape of debate that just constantly, the goalpost is constantly shifting, and so you're never going to have an agreement because it's all bullshit, in my opinion. And that's why I guess I don't really care, like, because I know what I need to do in my work, right? I know what I need to do. I know what I like. I have a direction in it. I have an idea, solid idea of what I need to do to get there. And I can help people who are interested in the same things as myself, and slightly different. It doesn't need to be just this type of work, right? It doesn't need to be that. So like taking photos and checking my art, you can do that. There's no problem. In my opinion, it's whatever gives the best results in the long run. Tracing doesn't always do that. But if you're drawing anything that is extremely large, such as a mural, you are probably wasting a ton of time by tracing, projecting the image on there. I mean, if you did the drawing itself, there's nothing wrong with that. The thing is, there's a lot of people who aren't educated on this stuff who are giving these expert opinions, and it's bullshit. Like, there are people who think that, oh, these artists trace because they're talking about, like, transfer drawings. I'll trace my but it's my transfer drawing that I did. There's nothing wrong with that. But then you don't just leave it, you have to go through and correct it again. And I'm always of the mindset that the painter who, like the well-trained painter, will always come out over the person who traces. I think most people who believe that tracing is like the way to go don't know. Like, they just don't know. I think it's like, that's what I think. There we go. Art is super loose definition to me. For me, it's anything that is creative and putting something together from what you know is original. Lots of stuff fits that category. I know, and Quadar, I knew you would say that. I knew you would say that. All right. I personally, again, if people want to trace, fine. If they want to say it's good, fine. Fine. Because I can't stop it. Like, what am I going to do? if they want to do it. I'll go through and say, I think it's bullshit, which I do think it's bullshit, and then people will get upset with me and say, well, I think this. There are no rules in art. Fine, that's all right. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just continuously, because I have so much I need to work on myself anyway. Like, I need to improve my work significantly. This is not where I want it to be right now. Let's see. No, I did. I did know. I swear. I swear. I like to draw. Stupid thing. Why does it keep on doing that? I like to draw lines on a copy of my reference image so it's easier to see when I put those lines. Once I have a sketch, then I start working on it and looking at the original photo. All right, you can do that. I went to a few events over the weekend with a whole bunch of street mural artists, and they all had references they made beforehand and transferred them in a variety of ways. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But that's not what I mean by tracing. Well, I mean, all right. I don't care. I really don't. It was a really cool event. The amount of creativity and energy these artists had was inspiring. I wanted to buy a mural, but the starting bid was $800. Ooh. I wouldn't know how to get a giant mural without projecting, or at least a grid. Yeah. I mean, I think what they used to do the grid method a lot, right? Back in the day. The Renaissance. Back in the day of the Renaissance. So in Florence, up in the Duomo, the dome, right? The main building of Firenze. Yeah. They had, you could go up there, you could walk up the steps, circle around the top, and look. It was scary because I hate heights, but I was up there, like you walk up in the dome and then you can go up to the very tip top. Really cool stuff. Really cool. Anyway, yeah, they didn't freehand that stuff, but they did all those sketches and such beforehand. There's, Michelangelo worked that way too. It's pretty cool. And they do the whole side of the building. Yeah, that's tough, man. It's really tough. So I think to get better too, what I'm going to be doing is more drawings. And not necessarily, it doesn't need to be on stream or the main times, or I know it might not help you guys, but it could be that I stream like earlier on in the day, and then like I go and do a couple things, and then I might do another drawing later on in the day, and I don't mind turning the stream on just temporarily to do that one, even if it's a quick sketch or whatever. But that's what I'm talking about. I need to. The key to getting better is to be doing more drawings and really discipline yourself into being meticulous and thinking about the construction of what you're doing, and that's one of the things that I've been lacking recently, and I need to get better at. And so I think I might put a degree of effort into doing that as well, because drawing, to me, if you want to get technically good, you need to be doing solid drawings, right? Solid drawings. Consistent. Some will be better than others, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? Nothing wrong with that at all. Huh. So when we draw, I'm also trying to think about what I want to do with the drawing. If I was painting it, how I would paint, what direction I want to take it in, what technique you want to use, because you can use a variety of different techniques. So all these things, right? Brainstorming this stuff. That's cool. Actually, that's a cool compliment. Yeah, he would use like the same model, and she kind of looks like that model a little bit to me. She kind of does. And if I said, hey, I want you to look like her, women can do anything with their faces and make them like, she'd look like them. It's actually quite amazing. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and you're welcome, Hammy. I'm glad you this is helpful to you. Just like I said, never get discouraged in your own work if you're at a certain place and you don't want to be at, because that's me right now, and so this is how you get past it. This is how we get past it, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's totally fine. I'm not just trying to copy, I'm trying to think about the form, I'm trying to understand what's going on, and to be honest with you, if Rose was actually in here, and I was able to actually look at her, I'd be kind of going up and looking all around and trying to figure out what the hell is going on with her face. That's literally what I would be doing. So you work these subtle areas out, but you think about what you're doing. Like you think about the form. You want to be able to, if somebody gave you some clay, you want to be able to sculpt it. Because you understand the planes. She does. You explain how your method differs from Scott Waddell. Okay, Lewis, could you explain how your method differs from what Scott Waddell was describing in his video about bark drawings? I didn't really understand the difference. I think I have to watch. I don't know if I saw the one with bark drawings. Did I? I might have commented on something with him. Scott Waddell is very good. I really like his work. And to be honest with you, it's just two different methods of learning. I need to study more what his construction method is. Because he works out the proportions beforehand, and then when he paints, he's modeling the form as he paints, he fills it in, which is a valid method as evidenced by the result. So I don't know enough to fully comment. The method, obviously, I use is very good for beginners. You get the whole shape. The thing is, I don't know how he develops his drawings. I need to understand how he develops his drawings to work his paintings. But his paintings speak for themselves. I think they're beautiful. I think his work is beautiful. Send me a video, the specific one, which I might have seen, actually. I might have watched it. I just forget, because I do actually watch quite a few videos. But I really like him because the thing is, it's not that I need to agree with everything like somebody says, but he goes out there and starts talking all the shit about everybody, and I like it. Because he's just frank. He's hilarious. That guy is hilarious. He's really funny. It's really funny. Like, he was talking about the Florence Academy and some of the teachers there and his experience and stuff with teachers, and I was thinking to myself, poor guy, because I know there were like some people who had just the hardest time, and there were cliques, and believe me, I stayed away from that stuff. The groupie mentality where it's like you have the one really, going to, and it's not Daniel Graves' fault, it's not Romero's fault, but they were so good that you had people that would kiss up to them. And I'm the type of person who, I hate that so much. And I personally would, like, whenever there were groups of people, I would stay away. But then when people are by themselves, that's when I try to talk to them to get to know them and just be more personable, because otherwise I feel like I need to take a shower. I feel like a kiss ass, and I don't like doing that. And so there was that, and he was talking about, I know this isn't what you asked, but I don't know enough to speak on that right now, Kodar. But he's talking about the Florence Academy, how people were so stiff, and this is true. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, when I get in a situation like that, okay, I'm the type of person that I'm like, in my brain, everything's a cartoon or something, because I'm just so immature. And I think that might offset it a little bit, right? It might, I don't know, it might, it helps me to cope with it better. I guess I don't get as bothered by it because I look at it as so much bullshit. And I also like people probably more than I should sometimes. And not everybody was like that too. That was only like, I guess he came in with a different class than I did. Essentially, he was saying like, everybody was really stiff except for Jordan Sokol. And Jordan was a cool guy. He always laughed at all my jokes that weren't funny. That's why I liked him. But Jordan's a good, down-to-earth guy. He's just a good guy. I really liked him. And Jordan was, he was like a year or two behind me. I think, something like that. I don't know. He's really good. But yeah, it was funny hearing him talk about all this stuff, because he's right. There was like one guy, he was talking about how in between breaks he would go down like in a Jedi position like this and just do, like he was this troubled artist who had to focus on things. It's bullshit. And everybody knew it was bullshit. And he's calling it out, and I like that. It was hilarious. It was really funny. It was like, they make you do bar drawings for a year and you pay for that. Yeah, he was very, and I understand that. I understand. I personally, it didn't mesh with him, and that's okay. Like, there were look, the truth of it was that course, and Sir Joshua Reynolds, right, was Discourses on Art. They made us read that book, which was, it was dry, but it was very helpful. And there was a reason why, and it was a solid reason. And all those principles and bar drawings, like, I use going forward with this stuff. And it doesn't mean you always have to draw that way, right? You don't always have to draw that way. It's just, you got to get past that. But some people don't learn that way, and that's okay. He's different. That's okay. And but I just felt so bad because I was thinking to myself, one second, let me see. he and Scott went to the same academy, but have different styles. He is more smoothly blended than yours, but both of your paintings look amazing. Well, he was only there for, I think, I don't know how long he was there. He wasn't there long. And the thing is, he was there in 2003. I was in my second year at that time. And I think I might have been teaching at that building. And so I was thinking to myself, because I don't remember him. I know there was a group of people who came. The thing is, there were people who would come in. But I think if I saw him, I would remember him, but he probably looked so different. I don't know, but I was thinking to myself, if I knew then what he's telling me now about his trolls, because I'm always the type of person who want to go out and really try to reach that person. I was feeling so bad. I was like, oh my gosh, I hope I wasn't one of the causes for him to leave. Like, because I was young too. I was 22 at the time. He's a year older than me. And we were both young. But I was like, I wonder if I did something to him. I might have. Because I was a stickler for this stuff. I am. Y'all know me. I really stand up for these methods. But at the same time, I'm not like live or die by it where it's the only way. Y'all know that. I'm always saying because there are other ways, right? You know things by how good they are, right? Like if somebody's good, you want to pattern yourself off of them and kind of learn the methods that they use and such. It's very important. I don't know. Maybe I was one of the problems. No, I wouldn't. But I do remember I used to be a little bit more forceful over things and controlling. Like there was one time, his name's Will. I remember Will, but I don't know his last name. He was very good. But it was very like refined, and he would refine quicker than he should, and I was on his ass about that. I was like, you're refining it too quick. These proportions aren't there. Like, and he had a beautiful touch, and Simona Dolce was saying like, oh, like he's really good, this and that, and I should have just left it with that. And I was saying he is really good, but he needs to he needs to refine, like he needs to just hold back just a little bit, and then like, because I think his technique's covering up all the flaws, and he's benching on that to carry him forth, and it's not going to work in a year. But I think I should have gone a little bit easier on that. Like, I probably would still say that, but he was really good, and I liked him. We would work out together and stuff. He was a little bit newer. He and this other guy would always work out, and all the women liked them a lot. So it didn't help me to stand around them because it'd be a clear contrast. It didn't really play off that well. But Brent was hilarious, that guy. Both of them were. They were really nice guys. So we're going across the form, right? Going across. Let's see if we can go. This might not work, but I'm going to do it. I need to kind of refine my technique a little bit. Do you think it's possible to be a really good artist but only create abstract paintings? Yeah, definitely. I liked MC Escher a whole lot. MC Escher was awesome, and that was very abstract stuff. Hydration break? Is that something I have to do? Hey, I think think that's my water. Last time, is it? I'll actually follow you on this. I do need to drink more water. Yeah, I like a lot of abstract artists, actually. What I don't like are the people who are like these pseudo-intellectuals who think they're really good, but they refuse, they're lazy in their studies, and they're not original thinkers. But they think they are because they don't, I don't know. There's a lot of that. Y'all know what I'm saying, right? That's what I don't like. I say abstract. I'm talking about that nothing looks recognizable in the painting, and they don't ever draw anything that's realistic. Yeah, I do. I think there's a lot of very beautiful pieces like that. And it doesn't need to be something necessarily original. I can tell good technique through it. What I respect is solid, not just technique, because you can have solid technique and your work can still be crap. But yeah, I like that creativity. If it's something that's very appealing, nice colors, especially if it's something original, that's really nice. Yeah, definitely. I think you definitely could. There's a lot of work like that out there. Don't ask me to name names because I obviously don't like pay too much attention to that. So I'm actually drawing what I think I see and not what I see. So give me a second. Let me kind of get myself back into this. All right. This needs to come up some. This needs to fill out a little bit up top. This, and this needs to come over just a little bit. Oh, that was too sharp. There, and then I'm going to bring this, I think actually comes up just a little too. Let's try that. Let's get to fill that out some. And they don't ever draw anything that's realistic. I like to look at other art for how good it looks, not for how good their techniques are. It allows me to enjoy others' art more. George O'Keeffe? No, I'm not a fan. There's a lot of art that I think is bullshit, that everybody else is like, this is sublime. But a lot of that stuff, like, you know, George O'Keeffe and stuff, I mean, their work's more original, and so it's kind of like, that's what also, and I respect, actually, why I do respect originality. I might respect some of the work, though. I might not like it, though. But if something's original, that's hard to do. And they might be genuine, if they're genuine. But if it's something where it's just like they're just trying to get a rise and they just throw shit on the wall, I think it's shit. I think it's shit on the wall, and it's not going to be art, right? People like to pass it off. That's what I don't like, is the pseudo-intellectuals and all that stuff who claim, you know, they're just idiots, in my opinion. That's what I don't like. There's a lot of good art out there that's not, you know. I don't know Piet Mondrian. I don't even know who that is. I will still look at their techniques, but I try not to judge and focus on that. You think it's bad to judge? Like, why don't you judge? And what does it mean to judge? I'm not trying to be philosophical. I just want to make sure that you understand. It's okay to have an opinion and say this is shit. What's up? Speaking of which, here we have one of them, Kagian. How's it going, buddy? You know, he'll give you his opinion straight up, and that's a good thing, man. He knows what he wants. He knows what he likes. And he likes a variety of things. Kagian, Rothko, I don't know who that is. See? But I'll have to look him up now, which is good. Rothko. Tagging, how's it going, buddy? You want me to update you on my ideas with everything? It's garbage. You think so? And Queldar also will give you his opinions, which is a good thing. It's good to have solid opinions on stuff, you know? But you got to be able to back it up. There's nothing wrong with that. Uh, tough room. It is, man. This is good. I like this. Wow, just bringing color on raw canvas. The type of I mean, I'm not the type to be judgmental and think, one second, and think they are beneath me in their skills or vice versa. I understand how it is not to know, it is to not know correct techniques because they didn't have the opportunity to learn. They are not at least trying. Yeah, that's different, but I mean, you can still have an opinion. There's nothing wrong with it, Hammy, but I understand what you're saying. I think it's innovative. I've used it a lot in my paintings. Know what elicits strong emotions? Artists whose work is valued highly solely as a tax break for super wealthy. It's genius. No one has ever done that, putting squares of color on canvas. There's squares of color outside along the walls that one of our guys, who I'm actually enemies with now, apparently, he put up. And he put price tag of like $125 each, and there's these panels from Home Depot, this big, and he just colored them. And then there was this like one guy standing outside saying, "This stuff is absolutely amazing. How much is this? You know, look at this. This is great. Wow, this really speaks to me." I'm thinking to myself, idiot. Okay? All right. All right, Tagging, how are you going to respond to Clara? She's going into debate mode, flipping it upside down. How are you going to come up? How are you going to argue this one? So entertaining here, listening to y'all. throw paint on canvas, it splatters and says it's a masterpiece. Doesn't sit well with me though. A toddler can do the same thing. There you go, Hammy. Thank you. Take a stance with something. It's okay. And if it's okay if you don't know, like I don't know this guy, so I'm not gonna say anything. It's the perversity of the high-end art market that makes me mad. If that's a part of it, I wouldn't care. If that wasn't a part of it, I wouldn't care. Yeah, definitely, man. I hear you on that. Velvet Chainsaw. Don't know that end of it. I just look and know artists. I'm not convinced Lewis likes abstract art. Why not? Well, first off, I mean, why would I lie about that? And I don't like all abstract art. I'm just, you asked me if there's abstract art that, you asked me, do I think like abstract art could be good? Like, right? Specifically, let me see what you said. You said, yeah, abstract art that nothing looks recognizable in the painting. Lewis, do you think it's possible to be a really good artist but only create abstract paintings? And I do. I think there are artists who have that, but to me it does have to do with a lot of technique, whatever the technique they're doing. It has to, because technique shows discipline, it shows a lot of things, and it's attractive to look at and such. Because you don't want to seem like you only value technique. I just told you that I did in it, and I didn't even know you wrote that. But I do, I value technique, but Claire, there's technique in anything that you do. It doesn't matter what you do. You're gonna put a technique behind it. It's either gonna be attractive or not. And now abstract work, you know, like I've seen abstract work where it's like, you know, they do various effects. Like Laura has a certain style of doing it. I like some of the stuff that she does. It has its own value, but there's some very beautiful paintings that are done also with like very like beautiful color mixtures and this and that. Now, you have to understand, and this goes for anybody who is an artist who's been training, who's been, you know, your mind develops, it starts recognizing things, and you get sharper in things that you like and you don't like. And one of the things I respect a lot is technique, not just because, oh, it just shows discipline. It's attractive to look at something that has technique. I will look at something and I have the balls to say this is shit or it's ugly. There are a lot of people who look and say, who make excuses for that type of work. And now, if they genuinely like it, that's fine. But there's a huge number of people in art who just over-intellectualize bullshit art. And I don't like, and it normally happens with the abstract work. And normally with the abstract scene, I've seen a lot of confusion. To me, it just says confusion, and it doesn't stand for anything. And I don't like that. Some people might, I don't like that. But I'm not going to, I don't care. Yeah, popcorn, rant time. That wasn't a rant. Y'all have been talking more than me. Kind of. Was that a rant? Like, how do you not rant when you're streaming? That wasn't a rant. Why do we blabber about abstract art, Clara? You know that Lewis doesn't like that shit. Why even bother? Well, so she asked me before if like I liked it. All right, let's start putting some of this stuff in. And like, do I think? I mean, I read you what she said. Do I think that there can be a good artist that only does abstract work? This thing keeps moving. Sorry, this might block the sun. I'm trying to steady this easel because it keeps shaking. Give me a second. And I said, yeah, I do, because I do. You know, the truth is these conversations that we're having are nothing new. They've been going on for like centuries, honestly. I'm going to change the music because it's cycling back again. That's exactly. I'm just curious if he'll admit it. I'm telling you the truth, Clara. I don't. Do you really think that I care? Like, do you really think that I care about what other people think? Like, do you? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, why I would not give you an upfront answer? I'm pretty cut and dry with this stuff. When you have a chance, Lewis, send me a piece of abstract art that you like. Okay, give me a second. I think there are rules in image making like harmony. Here we go. Listen to Queller. This is what I'm talking about. And this is why, like, okay, anyway, anatomy, perspective, contrast, etc., etc. And when you start to break these rules, it becomes abstract. So abstract art can be closer or further away from representational art. I think Lewis does enjoy abstract art that is closer, but you are talking about abstract art that just breaks all the rules. Well, I mean, you could have, like, for example, a cool effect or contrast, whether it's not something like maybe you put the paint on in a certain way, or maybe there's a beautiful brush stroke or something. It doesn't need to be something that's an image of anything from real life. Like, if it's attractive to look at, oftentimes I'll see the quality behind it and emotion behind it, and I'll be like, that's pretty cool actually, and that's hard to do, and not everybody can do that, and that's the type of stuff I like. And I'll send you something, because I actually, my sister-in-law likes that type of stuff, and so she's constantly showing me stuff, and so some of the work I actually like. And in fact, let me do this really quick for you. Give me a second, and then I'll catch up. So there, and then, wait 1 second. I'm going to text her. That way I don't need a Allison. Okay. Wait, what's that name of that woman? I can actually scroll up. Okay. It's Elise O'Connor. Her work's very good. It's here. I'll put this in the chat here. Give me a second. Look this woman up on Instagram. I like her work. Elise O'Connor. Right? It's like really small. Okay. Look her up. She's very good. I like her work. Now, it could be considered like kind of stormy, but that's not what I like about it. I mean, I like that stuff. I also like stuff that's very textural sometimes. But it has to have good technique. In Queller, there can be harmony and all that stuff like as well in this. Like, you can have color harmony. You can have all sorts of stuff in it. Give me a sec. You think Rothko, Georgia O'Keeffe, and Mondrian break all the rules? They are known for using really good colors that make the art successful. I'm taking an online course of Stephen Bauman in block-in portraits. He teaches visual block-in, structural block-ins, and mix. Good. The Florence Academy teaches more visual drawing. He said that the Florence Academy teaches more visual drawing. Good. That's really good. Give me some. Block-in portraits. He teaches. good. Good. Gentine, that's a good thing, man. Well, I'll do a course like that. If y'all want to do it, I'll just do one. I'll just do one on a live stream. Do y'all want to do something like that? Do you want to do like, tell me what kind of course you want to do. I'll just do one. I need the practice too. It'll help me too. I won't charge you for it. It'll just be a stream. Whoever wants to do it can. You know, has a focal point, has areas of more creativity and less. Her art is nice, fine. Yeah, there you go. I like hers. What I don't like is the stuff like people who can't do anything, they just throw stuff down and they put like this giant paragraph beside of it. It's bullshit. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's very reasonable. I think that's incredibly reasonable. I mean, I don't like my work. I don't. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Here, let's change the music. Tag in. Let me tell you what I'm doing. I think you'll like this a lot. And by the way, I'm serious about the course. Give me a second. I don't want to listen to Let's do this. Okay. Jason Anderson. So, what course do you want to do, guys? Like, I'm at the point where I'll do whatever you guys want to do. It's stuff that I need. And speaking to that, tag in, are you there? When you say something, I'll tell you what I'm going to say. I want to make sure you're there before I start talking, because I think if you like Jesper Kyd, you should try Enon Zur. Okay. All right. See weakness in the visual block in if the portrait doesn't have a strong shadow and light shapes, it's hard to draw. So that's why you need to understand the anatomy and see the anatomical points, understand what to go off with that without making it look overcomplicated. Okay, tagging, you listening? What I'm doing is I need to improve my own technique because I have gotten bad in the last couple years. Specifically, I've lost a lot and I need to get it back. And so I'm going to embark on an endeavor to improve my own work. And one of the things I'm going to be doing drawings, okay, drawing a lot, getting back to the basics. We're going to do a drawing. Maybe not of this, I don't know, maybe it will be this one, but it's going to end up being a painting, but I'm going to start like Bouguereau, pencil drawing. Then from there, we're going to go into a charcoal study. I'm going to do a study. The next one I'm going to do is going to be on toned paper. I'm going to do a chalk, white chalk, right, to bring the light up. Haven't done those since I was in school. And then from there, I'm going to transfer that onto a board or canvas, whatever I'm going to be painting on. And then I'm going to work up a nice painting with it while trying to improve my technique. I'm pretending like I'm a student again, which really we're all students of art. So that's what I'm doing. All right, that's where I'm going with this because my work is not where I want it to be. It's not looking good to me. It's fallen behind, and I essentially need to get it back. And so if you guys want to do, yeah, I knew you would like that. So this is going to be everything you want. So this is what I want you guys to do, especially you tag in, Quellar, Jamie, and Clara will be there hammering our asses the whole time, which is always a good thing. This is good. And I'm serious. I'll be doing this stuff, but I also, if there is a course like that you want me to do, talk to me about it, and I'll just put one on for y'all. Okay? I'm not going to charge for it. I'll do it with you. I need to do it too, but I'll teach it. okay? And, it could be something where I stream, but if y'all have questions, we could all get in Discord and I don't mind doing that for a stream, or for the duration of the course. I don't mind, right? Because we have everything set up. We have the reference photos for Discord, right? Yeah, it's a great hammering technique. I encourage her to do it. It's fun. I would love to see you do a portrait in white chalk and charcoal as well. I'm going to. That's my point. Bouguereau worked up his drawings and his paintings. He did so many studies. And then what I'm going to do, tag in, after this, I'm going to do a painting that is a multi-figurative painting, and the goal is to make it a masterpiece painting. Okay? That's the goal. And it might be something biblical, it might be something mythological, but it's going to have something of substance. All right? Because what I have, in the last 2 years, I've been working on YouTube and trying to get this stuff going, right? This is very poor shading technique, by the way. This is what I need to improve on, right? I've lost a lot. But I've been working on YouTube, and I've kind of gotten out of the flow of being a painter and a decent artist. My goal is to get that back, is to really work on the technique, which is what essentially all of you guys are trying to do. So we are going to be doing the same thing. What is my hammering technique? You are just a bitch, okay? And you attack us all the time, and we have to be on guard, and so we become actually better at apologetics in all things that are actual rational, that most people don't have to reason out. We need to learn to reason them to you so we can spoon feed them to you, so we don't get eaten alive by you, okay? Does that answer your question? Okay. I said I respected it. I didn't say I understood it. I don't know what it is. I understand it. I think part of it, she just likes to beat us down. Might have missed some discussion. I don't know what it is. I might have missed some discussion. It would be awesome to see how you tone a paper, or work on tone paper, right? Not tone a paper. Vicious. That was harsh. No, it wasn't. I'm a heckler, I guess. Well, Clara is her own woman. That was harsh. Hammy keeps on throwing the popcorn things out under a rock now. Don't hide. Both. We appreciate you stirring the pot. It makes me things more lively. Exactly. I actually ask her to do it. It's fun. And plus, it does actually help me out to understand why I believe what I do. It really is invaluable. This ear is horrible. I'll fix that. Just like we appreciate Gentine for being Gentine. This is true. I like this. I see that a lot with Florence Academy students do a completed charcoal study and then transfer that to the canvas. That's what I'm going to do for you, man. Make the Monday more livable. There is one second. There's a saying: stir the shit pot should have to. Ew. Is there really? That's disgusting. Today I went into work, took a sip of my water bottle, and found a silver fish in my mouth. Ew. That's not what happened to me today. Pretty funny. Sorry about that. That sucks. Not about me calling you a bitch, but about the silverfish thing. That's disgusting. Last time calling me a bitch, I took it as a compliment. Yeah, you should, bitch. I need to I need a way to kill massive amounts of silverfish. Don't put them in water. Dude, that's disgusting. Hey, Quadar, because I know you're probably going to be leaving soon because you're in Holland. But you want to do the stream tomorrow, 12:30? And what we'll do is, I guess you can go live on Discord, and I'll take that. So I'll stream it, obviously, but we'll be doing it from Discord, right? We'll do it that way. And we're going to be doing, wait, you said I'm doing white herb, right? Doing white herb. Okay, let's fix this ear. This is so bad. White herb. And you're doing Doc Holliday. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. We'll do that. I'll try to be on time. It's just... this box. My hand is not moving the way that I want. It's not coordinated. The goal is to get my eye back, to get my technique back, and then not just that, but to improve it. Break out of whatever it is that's holding me back, which is quite a few things, to be honest with you right now. So tag in. I want you to think about what type of course you want, and I'll put it on, and we'll do something solid that's going to be beneficial for everybody, okay? And we'll do it in stream format, so I'll be streaming it, but I'll have you guys, maybe we'll have, I don't know what format we'll do it. Maybe I'll have y'all in Discord with me or something like that, and we'll have reference photos and such with it. And, you know, in fact, Clara, you're very good at advertising. If you want to take this, if it's something you want to do, you can help me by advertising it on your Instagram. It's free, and people can just hop in and do it with us, and I'll be streaming it, and we'll come up with something like that's very helpful, and we can maybe do, I don't know, we'll come up with the format first, however many classes it is, however long it is, and it's not something that everybody needs to necessarily get everyone for, right? You don't need to be there all the time. It's a weekday. It's difficult, but it's there for you guys if you want it. You can ask questions, you know. It's just like, it would be like a regular class or something, but I'm not going to charge for it. I don't want to charge for it. I want this to be something that's, I don't need to charge for it. There's no reason why I don't see a reason why I would. I don't want to. You're White Herb and I'm Doc Holliday, but I'm on a holiday these 2 weeks, so it's no problem. European in their August. That's true. It is always in August, isn't it? That's they all go to the beach. All go to la spiaggia. I was kind of bored this morning, briefly. I wasn't bored, but I had about 5 minutes of downtime in transition, and I turned on this stream, and this Italian chick was speaking in Italian. She was speaking so fast, I was like, oh my gosh. Pretty much couldn't understand what she was saying. She was speaking so fast. What do you think about making the course about drawing portraits in sight size? Okay. Yeah, because you've had a lot of questions about sight size, right? I think we could do that. Okay. I'll do that. I could do something like that. Portrait in sight size. Yeah, right. And tag in. Talk to me about sight size. What do you think that is? I want to know what you know about it. I mean, I know what it is. I'm just saying I want to hear what you say about it. Like, what's your understanding of it? It's confusing. Okay, tell me, why is it confusing? We're going to get to the bottom of this. I can help you out some right now, in fact. What's confusing about it? And who has confused you? Has any one person confused you? I might have confused you. Drawing to scale, right. Drawing to scale. What's confusing about that? You can put a poll out in the Discord or Instagram to ask people what they want to learn. I might do that, but I might give some options because I want it to be what I'm doing, which is academic, trying to get my head back into it so that, Clara, I can do creativity, okay? Because I'm limited by my technique right now in a way that I hate, and I'm going to fix that. In a way that I hate. It's time to fix that. It's time to fix it. Drawing to scale, drawing to scale. Do you have to measure everything from large to little with a plumb line like the eyes and stuff? No, you don't. You do not have to. You don't even need to do that at all. Think of the plumb line and even doing this stuff, even with the pencil, you can work with the pencil as a corrective measure. But I always encourage people, look at their eyes first. Always use your eye first. Doing this, there's going to be, like, if I have a plumb line, which, where was it? It was over here, roses, no. It's temporarily lost, but I will find it. But having a plumb line, when you're working with it, you're holding it up like this, right? And there's a degree of movement, not to mention if you're standing back, like, and you have a string that's, about that thick or something, and you're trying to get, like, tiny details, you're not going to be able to get it with this. This will get it in the ballpark, and it helps you to learn to see these lines, but it's more of kind of a backup. But I always encourage people to use their eyes at first and go back and forth, like, kind of, I use my hands like, if we have right here, okay, so so we have the drawing here, and you see right here how I have the actual setup. So if that was an actual person, I'd be stepping back here and kind of like going back and forth like this and visualizing lines, but you don't need to do that straight up all the time. You don't need to measure every little thing. Now people do, and I don't recommend doing that, except maybe as a corrective at the very end, just to kind of double check. But then even that, there should be some doubt as to whether it's correct or not. The small features seem too difficult to draw with sight size. They aren't. You just need to hone your eyes with it. Does sight size include little amount of comparative measurement? Yes, it does. So comparative measurement is simply comparing, like, okay, if this is this long, if this is this long, then this is going to be this long. That's comparative measurement. So in sight size, you're simply drawing it the same size that you see it, right? The same size that you see it. But you should also at the same time be using comparative measurements. And then, so you're using two things at once, sight size and comparative measurements. Do both those things, all right? Simply drawing it the same size you see it. And so you can step back, you can mark your feet in the ballpark of where you are so you don't move, right? And then that way you're constantly looking at something that is the same proportions, right? If you get closer to it, it's going to look bigger. If you stand back, it's going to look smaller. So it helps you because it's always that size. That's why sight size is great. You can do it with drawings. We did it with bar drawings. Then you can do it with cast drawings. You can do it with live models. The features like the eyes and the nose and all those things. You don't want to get to the point where it's like mechanical and you're like freezing up, like trying to see. No, you can rationalize it into it and, like, squint down, look at the shape of the nose, flash your eyes back and forth, standing where you stand for sight size, and you can figure out the size of that. And it takes time, it takes practice. All right, Clara, thanks for being here. So yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not as rigid as people think. It really isn't. It's not as rigid. There's a lot of flexibility to it. In fact, even working with models and such that move, it's good to work with models that move. It makes you better, number one, but number two, you have an array of poses to choose from, and once you get good at, once you get good at picking poses out, understanding anatomy so you can flow with the model better, you can choose what pose you want. You have more options with it, which is really sweet. It's one of the reasons why I love working with live models. Was that helpful, tagging? Does that make sense? And I'll explain it more in depth, too. I can get more in depth with it. I just don't want to be too long-winded because I tend to be with that stuff. All right. Good. So, it's like with bar drawings, right? People tend to get too mechanical with it. It's a balance. You have to be mechanical, but you can't be. You have to have a flow. You have to also use common sense. You have to use comparative measurement. You have to loosen up, but at the same time, compare the height, compare the widths, break down the points, see the varying shapes. It's a juggling act. You have to do them all at once. Never never, never throw away comparative measurements. Always use comparative measurements in whatever you do, because it's going to help you to see the entire shape and understand it better. Side size is simply something that you can add to it that can help, but it's not something that should replace it. The people who replace it, their work won't make sense, because there's going to be a degree of shifting that if they're not using comparative measurements, they're going to miss. You can't, we're not printers, we're not machines. You have to use your brain with this stuff, right? We have to use our brains. We have to use our brains with this stuff. A C site size forces you to simplify things. It's not site size like the construction method, this basic block in. You can do that without site size. You don't need site size. It's not site size that forces that. Site size is simply drawing something the same size you see it, standing in the same place. It's a base of which you can measure. It's another way of measuring. It's like a plumb line, right? You can use a plumb line to help you measure. Site size can help you with this too. All right. The reason why it's a great way to change is, or the reason why it's a great way to train is because site size does not change. If you stand in the same place and you look at something, that's the size that it is. And that's not going to change. If it's constantly changing, you're moving this way, this and that, it's a constantly changing reference. That's why photographs are easier to draw. Photographs don't keep on blowing up and going back down like this. You know, like when we draw like this, it's hard also because we have two eyes and we have we have to translate three-dimensionality to 2D. But also when we move around just a little bit, it changes slightly the perspective, and it confuses us whether we know it or not. That's why drawings are a little bit easier. Site size helps reduce that because you're standing in the same place. Okay, but you don't need, you can do a drawing that's complex with site size. You can build it up very complex with site size too, but you're going to run into the same problems as you would in a drawing off a photograph that you built up complex, right? It might not be accurate in the end, but site size isn't what's making you block it in, basically. The block in and all this stuff is the construction method. And you can use that. I mean, I'm going off a photograph right now. And I'm doing it roughly site size. But even if it wasn't site size, even if it was I was just only using comparative measurements, I can still choose to do it very basic, like block it in. Or I can choose to make it more complex. But again, I'll run into issues if I just make it complex right off the bat, right? It's common sense. It's very practical stuff. It's very practical. There's reasons behind it. When I try to speed things up, yes, because it's much easier. You're having to translate less. You're just drawing exactly what you see. And you're planted in one space so that you're not changing what you see. You're just planted there. You know, when we're there are the paintings where we step back here. We step back and if, for example, a portrait, I'll have a portrait model up which is my board's right there. I'll have it to the left, my left. And I'll look, flash my eyes back and forth. I'm observing it from here, and I'll put a little piece of tape there. I'll come back here, and in my brain, I'll be like, I know this looks right. Like I record, I remember, I consciously make an effort in my mind to remember the exact positioning of the model, of the face. And I also make an effort to remember if the model sinks into a really nice pose. I'll try to remember that and get them to get back into that if I can. That's a conscious decision. It's something you need to learn to do. But stepping back here, make your marks. You retain in your mind visually what needs to change from right here. Retain, go up and place it. And then you go back, and then you have to fix it, but you get better at that the more you go. But that's how you construct a sight-sized portrait from back here, but you're still observing it from the same place, right? I'm not observing it from here, sometimes from here, sometimes from here, sometimes from here. If you do that, you're screwed, right? Thanks, Quildar. I appreciate it, man. This actually is helping, because I do forget. There we go. All right. So, let's see. And I come back here to, it's good to see everything from a distance. A drawing like this, when it's close up, if it's, a smaller drawing, sometimes you're just standing here and you don't need to, I'll step back just to kind of get the overall effect, but the drawing is actually being done here. So if it's a live model, I'll try not to be going back and forth like this, because, the model is going to be getting bigger, smaller, slightly, on a subtle scale when I do that. And so when I'm drawing from a live model, I'll stand right here, and I normally place my weight on one leg, which is my left, so that I'm not rocking between my legs. And I'll just sit here, and you train yourself just to stay in this position and constantly get back in. And so there's a lot of focus, but it does help and you're doing comparative measurements, all that stuff, but you're keeping it the same perspective, and you're drawing the size that you see it in that same perspective. And so that's why it speeds it up. It makes it easier. It cuts away a lot of the things that slow us down. It's a great, 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 great method. It's a great method, and I highly recommend it. And you don't need a lot of space either to do it. I mean, now, if you're trying to do like a life-size figure, you're in your bedroom or something, and yeah, you might not have enough space to do something like that, but you can do, hey, when I came back home, one of my friends sat for me, and like I could only paint in my bedroom, and we did it in the bedroom. We looked, like I did a life-size portrait of the person. You don't need a lot of space to do a portrait. Mainly the question is like lighting and this and that, which was not ideal. It was a little bit difficult. But I could have set that up, but that's another problem. That's another issue altogether. So guys, again, I'm going into student mode. Student mode, I need to increase my technique. I need to practice, get better at what I'm doing. And my goal is to get my skills back and with the end result of me doing a solid work of art. That is my goal. True, I'm sitting on the couch while I follow along. There you go. See? And it's good to be able to work in those environments too, because it helps you to understand what's good and what's bad about them, right? What's good and what's bad about them. There's that. Um, a long time ago. I have not done that in a long time. Maybe I do that in this portrait. What do you think? Whichever one I do next. I think I would like to do something like that. I want to have something a little bit more methodical, right? Methodical. Something where I can, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing something where I slowly build something up, right? What I want to have, all right, so some of the things I'd like to improve upon. First off, the last portrait I didn't like that I did. I actually think the face was overexposed. That partially had to do with my iPad, but it's something I should have caught. I don't like, I think it killed the light effect. I don't like how I painted the hands. I don't like how I built the face up. There were some good things about it, but overall I didn't like it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure the reference photo, I might Photoshop it a little bit to make sure that it's something that will make a good painting, because one of the things that's holding me back is that my reference photos and my setup aren't ideal for what I'm trying to do. And so I think I'm going to first make sure that they're correct, because so that I don't need to like make it up. Grisaille and then glazing. I can do that if you like building up impasto with grisaille and glazing over them. I don't know if I want to do. I'll do that. I'll do that one of these times, but I don't know if I want to do it right now. What I was thinking of doing, and I might change this. That looks like weird. What I was thinking of doing was, that's looking a little bit light. Give me a second here. Yeah, this is light. I'm gonna put a filter on this so that you guys can actually see this a little bit better. Okay, give me a sec. And I'm not changing this. I'm gonna try to get it exactly how I see it. Filters, edit filters. What is this? Huh. Add a filter. Filter type. Drawing. This might be a little bit closer, I think. It needed to be a little bit darker. It looked too light. Okay, I think this is it. Close. That looks a little bit closer to what I'm doing. Okay, so it's not great. Yeah, he seems to use glazing too. The thing is, so been looking at his work and been looking at several other painters' work. That effect can't be achieved with solid paint. His work, he has very solid technique, which is good. He has very good technique, okay? And what I was thinking of doing was building up the lights, and then the darks are so soft. They're not overworked, okay? And I need to, yeah, I'm going to have to come up with a technique. I need to come up with some sort of technique. I don't need to do it exactly like him. The thing is, I have a gut sometimes of what I feel like I need to do, and I ignore it a lot. And that's why I'm trying to improve my skills again, get it up to the point where I can do this stuff. I like to see how to build up impasto, like building up impastos with grisaille glazing over them. Yeah, the fact that can't be choose is you paint in a more Sargentesque. I know he keeps the shadows transparent, and that's why I was thinking. Like, I was wondering if I should. I'll keep the shadows transparent. I know what I need to do, I just don't know how to do it. I might try a different way of construction. Maybe I work into the lights and the midtones, and then go into the darks. And maybe there's an effect you can make when you paint. So like glazing is painting light over dark and slowly bringing the light up. Scumbling is when you paint the dark and slowly make it, like you paint over the light and make it darker, I think, right? Correct me if I'm wrong about that, because scumbling is it has to do with which direction of values you're going, right? You're getting darker, that's scumbling, I think. So shadows need more impasto. So what I was thinking of doing, tagging, is buying some lead white and grinding it, because I actually cleared my grinding table off, though I have my setup right there on it. But I can grind some. I might grind some lead white and make it really, really, really thick, like just really thick. And so if I want it thin, I can just add some oil to it. But I have the option of going really thick. Stack lead white, yeah, the lead white. I might, but I think I have to order some. I actually think I have some, but I think it's at home in the closet because I didn't keep everything in here. But I want to get some good lead white. You know, Zecchi's. Hey, can you do me a favor? One of you guys, Zecchi's Art Supply Shop. Do you know what that is? Zecchi, Zecchi's. Look up their website, and especially if there's the one they have a store in America, but I also think you can order online. Like it's good. Zecchi Art Supply. It's an Italian shop. See if they have any lead white grind, or rather pigment. Yeah, there you go. Tagging knows. Okay, Tagging, get on there. See if they have some pigment. Okay, some lead white pigment. That's what I want. Lead white. The lead white is the opaque, right? So something where you can. We'll do something where we can build up the portrait. And I might screw it up, but we're going to learn something from it. And this is, like I said, what we're going to do first is, before we get into the actual painting, get my technique up, this and that. Got to work my technique up a little bit. We're going to do pencil drawings. We're going to do the charcoal drawing, and we're going to do the charcoal drawing is going to be with white chalk. That's what it's going to be. Okay, white chalk. All right, Tagging. Yeah, check and see if they have that pigment, and if there is, I'm going to get some, and I'll grind it on stream one of these days. Soon, because we're going to. I'm not going to just talk about this. We're going to get this sucker done. We're going to get this going. Search, okay, Valentine Bin. I'm going to write him down just because. Actually, I could have done it here, but I'll do this on this. Huh. Valentine Bin. Okay. Abraham says just search him. Okay, I will. I'll do that after this. Put this on my computer so I do it. There we go. So there's many different ways we could paint, right? Lead white from Rublev is good. Rublev, okay. What's Rublev? Is that like a store or something? Okay. It's a brand. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Never heard of that before. Rublev. So tagging this whole thing I'm doing size, I'm doing these tiny details. Granted, they need to change some, but I'm still thinking in my mind I'm drawing the same size that I'm seeing it, right? All the while looking at the entire shape, making sure that it does make sense, like, you know, as a whole. was pretty funny.
It's people saying, "You are not alone, Hammy."
You're doing this. I think it's raining. Let me check. Oh my gosh, yeah. Dude, it is dark outside. Huh, it's raining. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it is. Me too. Crazy. I had no idea. I walked in, it was like warm and sunny. You know, Hammy, we talk about, like having opinions and stuff. It's not like you have to have an opinion, but my point is, I think you know what I'm saying. It's just, there's a lot of things that I personally don't really care about, like trying to define art, and maybe I should, but I guess I just don't right now. Simple as that. But don't be afraid to say, oh, well, this sucks, um, or this is good. Sometimes you have a gut and you're like, I know this is bad. I know. Like, I might not be educated as much, like, how to paint or whatever, how to draw yet, but, there's, there's kind of like a truth behind it that you can see, and sometimes it's very obvious. That's what I'm talking about, but it's also okay to say, well, I don't know enough about the topic to really take a stance, but you have a gut instinct with it, and there's nothing wrong with saying something's not good. Right? It's okay. There's a lot of work that's not good. A lot of work that I do that's not good, and I call it out, and that's why I'm trying to improve myself with this and really try to get better at what I know I need to get better in. It's very important to do that stuff. But yeah, it's Claire's cool because I have moments like that, but generally keep my thoughts to myself when that happens. Well, my point is you can say it here, but you don't need to at the same time. I'm just saying, like, it's fun having those conversations. That's why I like Claire, because she's like, sometimes I know she just likes kind of debating for the sake of debating, because it's interesting where the conversation goes, and I agree with her there. It's actually a lot of fun. She does that a lot, and that's why, in fact, I always photographs. Gotcha. Yeah, she's a good model. She is good. Hammy, are you still drawing? Just a little bit. Yes, good. Good for you. Is it raining outside? This little piece needs to go over that way just a little bit. Let's try that. Not yet. Okay, that's. This needs to come up. Sharpen that. This is supposed to meet her friends, squared hang out, so it will rain. Does it always rain when she does that? Is that what you're talking about? This pencil, this powerful. Look how small this thing is. Look at that. It's pretty funny. It's a B pencil. Okay. Does she know that? Why is she going out if it's going to rain? It's pretty funny. She literally broke her leg? You're serious? When it rained? It was the last time? When was that? My shoulder's not blocking. Good. It's not blocking it. No, the last time she hung out on the square with her friends last fall. Gotcha. But she did. She broke her leg. Was it because of the rain? No rain then? Okay. How'd she break her leg? And you specifically said don't break your leg? Was she doing something dangerous? Actually, get a darker pencil for this. Son of a bitch. Oh, it folded under her? That sucks. How old is she, if you don't mind me asking? So this stuff happens when you're young. $13, yeah, there you go. That's a good age. This is a B. Maybe I should try something darker. You try to invite a group of friends over to swim all at the same time. Do y'all have a swimming pool? That's awesome. Above the ground, yeah. Like one of those giant tubs. That's pretty cool. I like watching the videos where those things like break. Like all these people just like slide out there. Like it's fun to watch.
The misfortune of others.
They wanted to know if they would be supervised. I mentioned checking in on them, but I wasn't going to watch them the whole time because they're old enough I shouldn't have to. They haven't been over yet. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, 13. I guess that is old enough. I don't know. I'm not a parent. I'm the guy who has stupid ideas that parents shoot down. Still. Those parents can be younger than me too. They're like, no, we're not doing that. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what is underneath my fingernail? Were you really? Bring this out just a little bit. Yeah, just down a little bit. It's pretty funny. My parents would not let me do that, and for good reason. Huh. So they have to be 14. There wasn't a set age before. That makes sense. I was also cooking as soon as I could reach the stove with the chair. Which is probably like 3, 4 or something. That's pretty young, right? Trying to get some form in the cheek, get some form, some definite shapes, some anatomy. But better observed than just simply the ballpark shadow, which works to a degree, but it's not there yet. Not there yet. You don't want to overdo it, which sometimes I do. So I was in grade school still, started cooking and baking on my own. Huh. What would you bake? Teach is that I'll make cookies and cheesecake. They'll think, ooh. lot of different things. It's pretty sweet. I think baking and cooking, cookies in particular, of that no bake stuff. For heat, and we got snacks on it. Wait, wintertime we baked a lot for heat. Ah, so you heated your house that way? That's smart. Slip actually wraps around the top. Interesting. Very interesting. Fascinating. Yes, yes, yes. It's alright. You know, Hammy, the thing is, I forgot my lunch today. This is making me really hungry. But even if I had my lunch, it wouldn't do anything because my lunch was literally a protein shake. I can't even get that right. I had one job. I put the protein shake in the bag, placed it on the table. I didn't take the bag with the protein shake off the table into the car. Hence my dilemma. No lunch. That's what you get for being a Dumas. Yes. There was a present. We had a heat. It was always cold. We had to put plastic on the windows. Why? The windows would leak heat? What if they had weather strips? Why'd you put plastic on the windows? What does that do? Make you hungry. Oh, it's fine. You didn't make me hungry. I made myself hungry to help keep the cold out. But like, you just put like plastic over the windows. I guess, yeah, that would work. But was it coming like around? Oh, so you tape it on the window sill? Is that what you would do? Did they not have weather strips before? I wonder when that came into play. I wonder if that would have helped. Probably not for windows. I guess the plastic might make more sense. That sucks. Poor Hammy. Baking, not just for food, survival of the stomach, but also warmth. Poor Hammy. Yeah, weather stripping probably wouldn't help the windows. It's more like doors and such. I need to put those in my apartment, to be honest with you. Which I actually put some weather stripping in my apartment, but I did it like 5 years ago. Soften that just a little bit. That was too much though, I think. and they're kind of worn down now. Also, crotcheted blankets while it was cold. Am I reading that right? Crotcheted? What does that mean? I don't think I've heard that before. We could cover with them while we made them. Oh. I'm messing up something obvious, aren't I? I feel like crochet? Crocheted. Crochet. That's what you mean, right? Is that what it is? It's pronounced crochet. Yeah, okay, crocheted. Gotcha. Crochet. That makes crotcheted. I was like, being an idiot. Let's bring this up. When I was living in Tuscany, like in the hills briefly, only for a couple months, it was so cold in our apartment, and we did not have heat. It was in the morning, and I went to get my clothes off the like racks, and they were frozen like into like these blocks. I was like, dang it. So I had to drive them in. I actually hung them up at the school in the bathroom where they had the heaters. And Daniel Graves walked in, of course, and he's like, what's going on here? I was like, I'm drying my clothes. And he looked at me, he saw this crazy look in his eyes. He's like, okay, all right. And he just walks away. It was horrible. And then I think that same day, see, that's good. That's good. It's like you're a little house on the prairie, right? Yeah, it was cold. And let me tell you something. Around that same time, I was in the morning fixing breakfast. Had eggs, 4 eggs with cheese, a bowl of cereal, coffee, another bowl of cereal, totaling 2 bowls of cereal. And when I reached into the fridge to get the milk, I realized that the fridge was warmer than the actual kitchen itself was. So I started heating my hands in the fridge, and it worked. And then I said, I have to move out of here. I'm not built for that type of weather. Sharpen this. Damn, right? Yeah, that's what I said. It was horrible. It was so cold. Drove around on a little moped. One of those things. It was fun. I never crashed. Thank God. Whew. My friend did like 3 or 4 times. He came into school once. Had road burn all over himself. Like, I mean, he was scraped. Oh, he was walking like. It's painful. You could break your bones too. But I never crashed. You had to can the food. That's good to know how to do. Can the food. Can the food. This is becoming overmodeled. So I'll just continue to overmodel it. utensil. I hear it raining. Horseradish was the worst. You couldn't escape the smell. It burned our eyes and made us cry. It was like onions on steroids. That is horrible, because horseradish, at least you can escape it if you're stupid enough just to eat it once, like, and burns you, you don't need to continuously do it. But if you're making it, I guess that's another story, right? But I'm sure there's ways of making it without destroying yourself, isn't there? Time to draw with eraser. Oh, chocolate. That didn't work at all. I love eating it, though. Do you really? Do you like that burning of the nostrils that ensues upon intake when you eat it? Intake. Do you like the burn? Why? Dramatic music for this. Yes. Hammy likes it. Hammy want horseradish. Alright, this is not working. This looks so stiff. When I was pregnant with John, jalapenos. John, I probably ate jalapenos every day. Was he okay? I'm being serious. Like, that's not bad, right? Well. What do we have here? How's it going, Val? Hey. Val, are you done with your work? Strive for the form. Stop just a little bit. If I mumble to myself, that means I know what I'm doing and I have a plan. And then I'm educated. I just can't be bothered with actually saying it out loud. That's what that means. Yes, sir, got home a tad early today. Yeah, all right. Did anybody else throw up from heat stroke? Any fun stories you got to share with us, huh? Just that last one was hilarious. Surrounded by all your workers, they're all like, "Boo!" I mean, it's horrible for them, but still, it is funny. Nope, everyone was good today, including the that novice, the apprentice. He was born with a tan, of course. I also ate lemons and grapefruit like crazy. Still talking about food. It's all good. I get a whole new crew tomorrow. Do you really? What do you train them? Like, why do you get a new one? What's the deal with that? What's going on? Or are you just getting shafted? Is this fair? Is this fair, Val? This thing is so short. That is not what she said. It's horrible. Okay. Should have filtered that. No, I shouldn't. Got a whole new crew. You know who I like in your group, Val, is that guy who's raging on the apprentice saying, "You think this is bad? You wuss." You just wait until it's winter. It's minus 24 or something. Something crazy out. I wouldn't make it. I can tell you right now. I have this weird thing where my hands cramp and can't open them. I don't know why that happens. Okay. Let's try to maybe get a little bit darker of pencil. Yeah. He's a pole dancer. He works those poles. And he teaches other people how to do it as well. Where is... Give me a second. We have my pencils, which are over here. There we are. I'm going to get a slightly darker one. There's a 3B. I went with the 2B. There's a 4B. There's a 2B. I'll go with the 2B. I'll put this back over here so it's inconveniently placed. Carry on the tradition in here. So I have to look for everything that I need instead of making it a smooth workflow. Let me just sharpen this really quick. It'll take 5 seconds. Don't count. Yes. It's like my days back in Nam, peeling potatoes. Val, you need to get that sticker. Oh, I'm fine, Hammy. I'm good. Yeah, it's just a cough. Or yeah, cough. All right, here we go. We're good. Screw it. Whatever. Okay, let's try to see what we can do with this. So I don't know if it's specifically I'm trying to get any type of effect here. I'm more of trying to just improve my drawing skills in general and trying to push this a little bit and work on the subtlety. Not as much make it have a nice effect as I am trying to weed out all the bad habits and mistakes that I've been making recently, trying to just get myself back on track mentally with this type of stuff. And so, yeah, just trying to practice and push this, develop the drawing, get it back in my head. So I'm trying to push the subtlety here for that reason. Without over modeling it, without overdoing it, right? subtlety, but it needs to make sense with everything, the entire picture. So that's what I'm working on. So this is a 2B. I was working with a B before, which actually is really soft for me. I normally don't do a B. Normally I'll do like an HB or something, or maybe sometimes even an H, but I just went with a... I don't know why I went with B, to be honest with you. I don't want to overdo this, right? Does the camera need to be closer? I can get it this close so you're just seeing this when I draw. See, when I stand back here and I push my arm out, it makes me look like I have bigger arms than I do. It's a little trick of the trade. I don't have those pole man arms, Val. Slightly darken this. Just a little bit. Just a little. It's a little bit better. Val must be on Amazon placing the order for the bumper sticker as we speak. That's what I'm thinking. So I like these erasers. You can get, 1 second, I can't breathe. All these different shapes with them. There we go. That's wrong. thicken up. Just a little bit right here. It's a little bit, gives it that form. Let's talk about form. Form is the anatomy. It's the very detailed structure, right? Subtle structure. Can I get a paint on this? Bitch. And then, that'll be interesting. I like how that kind of fades away. I might just leave that. I think I dislike doing hands, feet, and ears equally. They're tough. They can be tough. And depending on like whose ear it is and such, bro, it can be tough. This is too thick. I totally butchered this part right there. I don't know if it's even worth fixing. Let's see what needs to fix with it, change with it. Damn. Okay, I see. Sometimes this is stupid. See, I can leave some of this, but my purpose is to, I need to improve. I need to get better at what I'm doing because this is, I've kind of dropped off the last couple of years and I'm kind of thinking to myself, you need to up your standards. I think I made her chin a little too long. That's possible with this because she does have a characteristic, like chin that is very prominent in a nice way, but you can trick yourself into thinking it's longer than it is with certain features that stand out like this. Let's do that. That comes down. And then this kind of, whoops. Oh, it's whatever. You know what? I'm going to go with this. Dude, bro, I made some pepper steak for, oh my gosh, for dinner this weekend. It's so good for dinners. Ooh, in the immortal words of Orion. Straight fire? Did he say that? Straight fire. Doobie. Orion. Immortal words. Val, you know what Orion should do? Oh, I'm being so stupid. 1 second. Let me fix this and I'm going to tell you. He should be one of those announcers. I mean, yeah, it's easy to say, but he's really talented with like that time what is it? It's like when we were playing Overwatch and he was commentating is what I mean to say. He should do that. Like hopefully he can get into something where he's kind of like doing that because he is so talented. I don't think he realizes it either because it comes so natural to him. I literally don't see how he can talk so fast and articulate things so fast. Can you imagine him and Snickers having a conversation? He's really good at it. It's how his mind works. I've never seen anything like that before. up close, not like that. I've never had somebody just pop in, and he gets you going too. Because he's so positive, and he makes you think you're better than you are. He's like, that was an amazing play. Like, it's just... I had to remind myself, I was like, dude, you're not as good as he's saying, but this is a real gift. Like, he should be doing that. Okay. And the immortal words of Orion. I was telling him if I ever won the lottery, I'd hire him to be my hype man for life. Dude, that's like, he's just, he's amazing with that. I don't know. I literally, I make fun of everybody. But with him, the eye needs to go down. Or does it? Yes, it does. But with him, I literally am saying, I'm genuine when I'm asking him questions like, how do you think the way that you do? How are you articulating? How are you talking right now? It's insane. Okay, I shaved it down and it looks better. The chin, good. 50%. Did they really? Are we sure about it this time? When did they do that? Today? Why would they wait? Why didn't they do it last week? It doesn't matter. I mean, it's there. Just checked. Wasn't Gingy right, or did they add it today? Which is weird because today's Monday. What the hell is going on? Wait a second. This isn't right. Down. They added it today. I read their Twitter feed. Did they say why they waited? Why didn't they do it last week? Huh? There you go. That's what I want. Dude, bro. Man. They didn't say why, but everyone thinks it's because the community in general was pissed off they didn't add it to begin with. Hey, good. Good. Val, I really hope they. I hope that they do okay. We're talking about Warcraft. It's a very manly topic, actually, to be honest with you. Very, oh, it's very manly. Give me a second. Mm, are they having fun? This thing might go soon. It's streaming. Let's see, how long have I been streaming? 4 hours? Yeah. I think it's like almost 5 hours of battery life on my mic. So I don't have one of those fancy microphones. Yet. Val, here to chew bubble gum and give bits, and I'm all out of bubble gum. I don't know what that means. Cheered 1,000 bits. What does that mean? I know I should know. Val, you have to help me. Half the time I'm lost in this dark world. He spent money on the channel. Did he? Did he really? It's really embarrassing when you don't know the workings of something that literally you're, like the stream, for example. Val, thank you. If you did, thank you. I don't know what happened. You need to tell me what happened, because I've never seen the bits before. I think you can use them for emotes and badges. Oh, cool. Okay. All right. Cool. Awesome. Val supports me. There we go. Let's work on the mouth. How'd it triple? You used more, or did you just like pay other prices? They increased the cost. They tripled it though? That seems pretty steep. I'm gonna downplay this crease just a little bit, even though it is there, but you always want to downplay it. Weight, maybe I darken slightly the area up next to it. Maybe that, I just need to even it out from, dude. That's horrible. Sorry about that. I hate hearing that. It's not fun. See, I don't want to over-model this. I don't want to overwork it, right? You got to be careful with it. Now I want, whoa. Take that little piece off. Just expert. Got it, bitch. Now. Oh, that's too light. Or was it? And you maintain this shape, just bring the light value up some. And this part, make it a little bit more curved. Right? See this as the shape. I'm waiting to buy the supplies. Illinois has a reduced tax rate on school supplies August 5th through the 14th. Sweetness. That's cool. Put solar panels on your house. It's because it's funny because whenever we lose power in the neighborhood, all my stuff still works. All my neighbors wonder why. Don't they see the solar panels? That's the way to go, man. That's pretty sweet. It's like good backup energy, right? Yeah, it is, man. Are they? They're. Did you say they're a little bit expensive, right? Probably not. I mean, but it pays for itself though over time. it makes sense. Like, you can't just have them, but it kind of like, it's a good backup. Like, I don't think the technology's there yet, but there's thousands of dollars up front, but worth it long term. Yeah, right? I mean, it's, to me, that's kind of a smart move. Interesting. Probably leave that. Don't want to clean it up too much. I kind of like the sketchy look in some places with this. He will see it better from him. Okay, huh? Let's work this up just a little. It's there. This one kind of wrapping around on top, right? Huh. Our water bill would be high this month. If you guys do get them, make sure you get a battery bank installed with them. You will thank me, because it stores the energy, right? It's not just, that's what you're talking about, right? Battery bank, right? That's what stores it. Is that what you mean? Because otherwise it's not getting stored. I don't know exactly how it works. Too light. That kind of works. Have fun with the hair. Yes, it stores energy, so you can use it to supplement your power when the sun goes down at night, or on an overcast day, or use it for backup power if your power goes out. So you can kind of, so you can supplement it too. You can kind of go like, what, like 50-50 or something with it? Dude, that's smart. I like that. That's really cool. That's really cool. Mine has an app that lets me choose when I want the energy to go. Energy to go. It's awesome. Dude, that's smart stuff. I like it. All right, man. All right, Val. Sounds good, man. Thanks for stopping in. It's always good having you. Are you gonna be on it all tonight? I know it's. If you do, it's gonna be probably like early. Gotcha. Okay. I'm not sure I'll be on, but anyway, man. I'll see ya. Take care. All right. It's okay. Be better. All right. Well, I think I'm going to call it here. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming with Quildar. We're going to be doing a unique stream. It's going to be a digital drawing of White Herb from Tombstone, and he'll be doing Doc Holliday, which will be good. Val Kimmer and Kurt Russell. It's going to be awesome. All right. Hammy, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And I'll be on tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern. Y'all take care. See ya.